Howdy, everybody. Today is Tuesday, November 11th, 2025, and the time is 5:30 p.m. We're here for the regular session of the Coppell City Council. We do have a quorum present, so I'm calling the meeting to order. We will be convening into the executive session in the first floor conference room. At the end of the executive session, we will adjourn for the Veterans Plaza dedication, so join us at 6 p.m. out behind Town Center. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. The time is 7:07 p.m. We're going to reconvene into executive session in the first floor conference room. At the end of the executive session, we will come back out and begin the city council meeting at 7:30. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Good evening, everybody. The time is 7:30 p.m. I hope everybody had a good time at the Veterans Plaza Memorial dedication. That was a fantastic drone show and had a good time. Thanks for joining us. We're going to move into the regular session of the Coppell City Council. Just as a reminder, persons wishing to speak during the citizens' appearance or public hearings must sign the register located outside the council chambers and list your address. This evening, we have Reverend Dr. Owen Ross to give the invocation, and then we will recite the Pledge of Allegiance, so please remain standing.
Before I begin, we want to recognize and honor the diversity of faiths that are present among us today. And as a Christian pastor of the United Methodist denomination, I will be praying in my tradition. So as you feel led, I ask you to join me in prayer. Loving, faithful God, we give you thanks for the blessings of this day and the opportunity to serve our neighbors here in the city of Coppell. We give you thanks for the beautiful ceremony, the dedication and the ribbon cutting for the Veterans Plaza. And on this Veterans Day, we give thanks to all of those who have served our country, who have stood in harm's way, and those who have returned home, and those whose memory that we cherish. We pray for those still serving, for their families, and for all who bear the burdens of war and its aftermath. We ask your blessings upon them and their families. As we turn to the business of our city, we ask you to pour out your spirit of wisdom on this council, on all who serve Coppell, on the leaders, Lord, that will be serving various roles to help our city. Guide them with wisdom rooted in justice, compassion, humility, and the love of neighbor, and seeking the common good. Unite us in purpose and renew us in hope. We pray in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. Adam. Item number 6 is a proclamation designating the month of November is Cliff Long Appreciation Month. So I would like to invite Councilmember Long and Chris to join us down front, and any of your friends and neighbors or whoever else needs to join us. We're going to talk about that in a minute. He was saying not to give him the microphone. He might take it over. So I got a little bit to read here, so you can have your moment in a moment. All right? Whereas Cliff Long has been a devoted resident of the city of Coppell since 1991 and has spent more than 3 decades serving as a dedicated leader, volunteer, and advocate for the community. And whereas he has served on the city's Transportation Committee, the 2013 Bond Steering Committee for CISD, is an active member of the Coppell Rotary Club while also holding leadership roles as a board member and past chair of the Coppell Chamber of Commerce and past president of the Old Town Coppell Association. Whereas the Coppell Chamber of Commerce has dedicated an annual award, the Cliff Long Leadership Award, in honor of Cliff, to recognize his dedication, integrity, and selfless commitment to the Coppell community. Whereas elected to the Coppell City Council in 2012, Long served 3 terms, including Mayor Pro Tem from 2018 to 2019, and was known for his professionalism and his tireless commitment to improving safety and quality of life for all residents. And whereas with a distinguished career as a CPA and business leader, he has contributed to both the economic and civic vitality of the community together with his wife and transform the Coppell Community Historical Society's Heritage Park into an official museum. Now therefore, I, Wes Mays, Mayor of the City of Coppell, do hereby proclaim the month of November as Cliff Long Appreciation Month in the City of Coppell and urge all citizens and employees to join me and the City of Coppell in honoring Cliff and Chris for his dedication to the City of Coppell. In witness thereof, I've set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Coppell to be affixed this 11th day of November, 2025. Sir, congratulations. Now, before I turn the microphone over to Cliff, because we don't know how long that's going to take, the first time I met Cliff was when he was president of the chamber, and I was going to their monthly meetings, and he would preside over the meetings, and he would always have a multitude of one-liners, and sometimes they would go on, so you never knew when you were going to get out of the meeting. So that was okay because they were funny. I mean, he was being really funny. It made for an enjoyable day. Well, then he decided to run for city council, and I was sitting up there thinking, oh my gosh, we're going to have the same thing happening here. Well, lo and behold, no. He became quite the introvert. He'd never said hardly a word. In fact, for those of you that are old enough to remember the old E.F. Hutton commercials, when E.F. Hutton speaks, everyone listens. Well, that's what Cliff was. He was quiet most of the time, but my gosh, when he said something, you better pay attention because it was pretty important. So in that view, we really did value his counsel and his judgment and really did take what he said very seriously. So, sir, thank you very much for all your time on the city council.
Thank you, Mayor.
Now, before we give you the microphone, again, I'm not going to let you get away without a little bit. I think Mr. Don Carroll, Mayor Pro Tem, has a little something to give to you.
Apparently one of my mayor pro tem duties is bringing the pudding to you. So I don't know if Miss Tien, oh yes, Miss Tien, Kim Tien, always made banana pudding for our budget session, for the last night of our budget session. She always brought it at Cliff's request, and so she has provided this for you tonight. This is the best gift, right? Well, I do want to say one thing. History is so important, and those of us who've lived here 5, 10, 15, 20 years need to know whose shoulders are we standing on, and you are one of them that we stand on your shoulders because you've been here, what, 35 years in town, and even part of the community before that, helped start the Dallas Business Club, which became the Chamber, certainly City Council. We want to recognize you for that. We appreciate that and everything, that you have given so much to this community over the years and everything. And one of the things Cliff taught me is the way you are a servant leader is that you take care of the people who are actually doing the work, and you take care of the staff. And that's one of the things he has always taught me and told me when he left. He told me, whatever you do, you take care of the staff. And so that's one of the things that you have passed down to me. So I appreciate you being the example to this community and giving so much over the years. So congratulations for this. Well deserved.
You see what you get for that kind of stuff?
There you go.
Thank you, Kim. Today, you get, or I guess it was last week. Last week, I was in our cupboard, and the container that the last group, the last batch of this banana pudding I knew was coming up, and so I got down here last week to give Kim back her container. So, yeah, exactly, and the container is somewhat better, yeah. So I must have done something right. I don't know, but this is quite I guess, honor to be recognized like this. Some of these things were I won't tell you how they came about, but it worked out pretty good for me and my wife, and so it's. That's good. I mean that is really good. But banana pudding. Me and the mayor have been friends for a long time, and there have been other folks in this room that. We could make some stories for the rest of you in the room, and so it was really interesting. Most of these things I just stumbled over, so anyway, and they just came to be, and. And the city of Coppell has been very nice to us and our family, and so it's a pleasure to do anything that I can that would help this city and its citizens and the folks that live here and work here. So I really appreciate what you're doing with the honor. So.
I never get any of the banana pudding. I'd like to point that out, Kim, that he loves it so much that he guards it.
All right, a little birdie in the back of my ear said that Councilmember Brianna Hinojosa-Smith had something to say. Brianna?
So she's not, I've got it written down.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm Brianna also. I'm Pudding and Brianna tonight, apparently. So I do want to point out, okay, did I set it down so I don't drop it? I do want to point out, so Mayor Brown, Andy Brown, Mayor Hunt, Mayor Stover, Mayor Sheehan, they all sent their regrets. They were not going to be able to be here tonight and everything, but they were glad you were getting recognized. We have some of your former counselors in the back and everything. So it's a testament to you that so many people have come out to be here. Ellie is here tonight from the chamber, served with you at the chamber over the years. But let me read you what Brianna put. Cliff, I am so sorry to miss honoring you in person. I hope you will forgive me. I wanted to take a minute to say thank you. Thank you for your time on City Council, for your leadership on the Coppell Chamber, for your dedication to our community as a resident and business owner, and for the personal time you have taken to mentor so many of us over the years. You are someone who embodies selflessness. You prioritize the needs of others over your own and act with kindness, humility, and generosity without expecting personal gain. You are a leader who is visionary, fosters a culture of collaboration and trust, and consistently looks to leave things better than you encountered them. Your servant heart has touched so many in our community, and we are blessed to have you and Chris call Coppell home. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. And that's from Brianna.
Councilmember Walker.
Thank you, Mayor. Cliff, I'm just so thankful to have known you and Chris these years. You interviewed me for planning and zoning, gave me that opportunity. Your advice and counsel as I've had the honor of succeeding you in place one has been invaluable. And the only complaint I've got is that, you know, I kind of trip and stumble up here a little bit because the shoes I'm trying to fill are just too big. Thank you for everything.
I think we're just going to go down the road. Councilmember Nevels.
Yeah, I think that's probably the correct thing to do there, Mayor. Cliff, I will say it was an absolute honor to get to serve with you for the couple years that I did. You set an amazing example of how to handle yourself, how to conduct yourself. I've honestly kind of modeled what I've tried to do after your example. The way that you've led the Chamber of Commerce as a board member, as a chairman, I honestly, I walked in your footsteps on that. When I started to get more involved, your counsel was absolutely amazing and imperative to shaping me into the kind of leader that I wanted to be. When I was able to serve on council, as Mayor kind of pointed out, your quiet, reserved nature kind of always left me like, what's Cliff think about this? What's going? And then no matter what we were talking about, then you would say your piece, and it was always so precise and concise. That's kind of what I think about in that. And you really made us think about, you know, is this the right path forward? You always had that steady hand and gave us such a great example to follow. So that type of leadership is difficult to come by, and you provided that for many years here. And I personally am grateful, and I know the city of Coppell is grateful for everything that you have done. So I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for all that you've done for this community. Thank you so much. And Christy Valentine's here too. I want to point out Christy Valentine is here, served with you on the chamber. Oh my gosh, words are hard, but I want to make sure that we recognize her as well because great leadership there.
So you failed to mention that while Councilmember Walker has trouble fitting into his shoes, you certainly fit into his seat back in work session.
That's right. I took your seat. It's a great seat. I know why you had it. So.
Councilmember Prem Kumar.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the problems, Councilmember Long, when you follow Kevin, he steals all your nice ideas. And he's better at communicating than I am. That said, you have been an inspiration to me, both, you know, the path that I took, which is similar to you from chamber to city council. I clearly remember the one meeting that I had with you when I was, I think, thinking about running or just won the election, and I asked you for some advice on how to do this job. And you gave me 3 things which I'm trying to hold on to till today. You said, when I make a decision, I look at, is this the right time to make that decision? The second thing you said is it going to serve a lot of people or only a few people? And the final thing you said was, is this going to stand the test of time? So I'm trying to follow your guidelines and trying to be half as good a council member as you. Thank you.
Councilmember Matthew.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I also would like to echo the sentiment we heard here. Thank you for your service to the city of Coppell. I want to recognize Marvin Franklin and Gary Roden is here, who served with you in your city council. I learned a lot from you when I was serving with you in city council. In addition to the city council, he also serves on the Rotary Club. I see a number of folks from the Rotary Club here. We are a service-oriented organization. You're part and parcel of that organization. Whenever we step up to do not only projects in Dallas or United States, outside of United States, international projects, you take great effort in identifying those projects that we want to do. So Rotary Club, on behalf of the Rotary Club, I also want to thank you. In addition to the Rotary Club, I also serve with you on the Coppell Historical Society, where we hear a lot of things about the history of Coppell. And I hear a lot of things from you and Chris. about the Historical Society. So overall, I wanted to emphasize thank you for your service to the city of Coppell.
Councilmember Hill.
Cliff, I consider myself so lucky to have served with you from the very point that you came on. Came on at the same time, and to spend those years together with you. It was always great to see you in that seat just thinking, because you would absorb everybody's discussion and digest it, and then you would always have the last word. And it was always so insightful, and you weren't one to waste a lot of words. You were just on point at all times, and I really appreciate everything I learned from you, and I try to hold myself to those high standards, and thank you so much for serving.
Cliff, congratulations. There's one thing I'm not good at, is looking out in the audience and identifying individual people. But as Councilmember Matthews said, we have Councilmember Gary Roden and Marvin Franklin, who both served with you for many years. Thank you to them for being here. We also have former city manager Clay Phillips sitting back there in the back. And I think we had a few years with him as well. So appreciate everybody. Did you have any closing comments?
I caution the folks that spoke here this evening. The press is here. Did everybody know the press is here? And so you might want to take a look at your notes and see what you've caused yourself, because he'll get you. He'll get you. Yeah. And so anyway, this was great. I mean, how could it not be? Because the folks that I've focused with, worked with, lied to, were just just excellent people. And so I'm glad that this many folks found it well to go get in their car and come listen to me say what I said and what these folks said. And like I say, you need to look at their notes. So anyway, but Coppell is a great place. I mean, it's it's a place that we Chris and I landed in 91, and I had run the company here, and the truth is that the chamber came to me as a idea because the chamber, we didn't have a chamber. And when I was here, and we brought a company to town, and I didn't want to step on the toes of MetroCrest, who was the only chamber around, and so I said we got to do something, and so we did something, and we named it. We set up a corporation, gave it a name, and I said, "Okay, guys," and it was all guys. Was because I didn't know any businesswomen, and so anyway, so we put it together, and the March of 50, and it was incorporated by a dentist, and so and that's how we got that one going. So there were other stories like that. Some of them were accidents, and some of them were, really some stuff went into, actually some brain work went into putting it together. And so it's really been a nice run here, and maybe we'll be here for a while, but anyway, I really appreciate all of you coming out, because it's just, it's really it's hard for me to think that this is me that they're talking about. But anyway, thanks a lot for coming to help Chris and I
We're celebrating your birthday again.
It was his birthday Saturday, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
They're out
exactly.
there, tell them the age.
This is something that came up quickly. Yeah, it's
85 years old now. You gonna stay for the whole week? You gonna stay for the whole week? That's fine.
Well, seeing that our mayor pro tem is talking to Marvin Franklin, we may be here for a while. Oh, that was a hint enough.
Sorry.
All right, item number 7 is a citizen's appearance. We had nobody signed up to speak, so we'll skip over the reading of all the legal stuff and move on into consent agenda. The consent agenda is routine in nature, is generally enacted in a single motion. These items have been previously approved through the budget or past council action. Any item may be pulled and considered separately. Full descriptions are available on the screen. And I believe Councilmember Walker had a couple of questions.
Thank you, Mayor. One relates to consent agenda item E. Mr. Garza, would that be you? How did I guess?
Yes, Mr. Walker, yes.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Yes.
Okay. So on that Kimley Horn Water Pipe Inspection Project,
Yes.
is the design of the outlets and the manholes that need to be added to the 2 primary lines from the Village Parkway pump station to our 2 elevated water tanks part of that engagement? Or is that a separate item?
That is, so this agenda item is for the design of those entrances and exits so that we can run the tool through those pipelines. Correct.
Okay, so because the manholes are actually custom,
Yes, that's correct.
so the actual fabrication of those will be based on this design? if
The
approved?
design and the fabrication will be based on this, that's correct.
Okay, great. And then on item F, are you still draw the black bean or no?
But I can cover it. Yes.
Thanks, Mike. Okay, so we indicate that Cole Construction doesn't have extensive experience with the soil, nail-supported gabion walls, and aerial crossings. So I was curious, so what experience do they have that would justify awarding the contract to them?
I'll let Aaron, he's done the extensive research on that.
Thank you, sir.
So Coppell Construction has an expert subcontractor to do the sewer line work and the soil nail installation work.
Okay, and Russo Corp is the one that's actually going to do the bulk of the gabion wall work, right?
Correct.
The
Yes.
actual install? And they're the ones with all the experience?
For the gabion wall, sir, yes.
Okay, thank you so much. That's all I had.
Thank you very much. Any other questions on consent agenda? Councilmember Prem Kumar.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a clarification on item G as in God. Is that Mike again?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Gaza. My understanding from reading the attachments is that this is an right-of-way that's owned by the applicant?
It's an easement that's on the applicant's property that was dedicated years ago but never was used. We don't have any utilities, franchise don't have any utilities, and so they're requesting that we abandon it.
So that's my second part, which you already answered. So the city is not using it today.
Correct.
My last part is, if for any reason the city finds a need, is there a process for us to go back and ask for it?
Yes, there is, but being that this easement is underneath the building, my guess is it was intended when the old rail spur came through there, that there was, it kind of curved across and there was easements probably along the old rail spur. Since that's gone away, there will not be a need for it in that location. So any additional easements will probably be more than likely out in the right of way.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions on consent? I will accept a motion. Councilmember Walker?
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we approve consent items A, where'd they go? A through G.
Thank you. Do I have, and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Carroll. All in favor?
Walker, Carroll, Nevels, Prem Kumar, Matthew, Hill. Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Item number 9 is a public hearing, so I will open the public hearing and ask Mr. Steer to read the item into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. Good evening. This is item number 9. It is a public hearing to consider approval of Plan Development 322 Agricultural, a zoning change request from agricultural to Plan Development 322 Agricultural, to approve a detailed site plan for the construction of a new 14,000 square foot educational building, 13,350 square foot arena, and education stations on 42 acres of land located on the eastern portion of Sandy Lake Road at 1600 East Sandy Lake Road. Carrollton Farmers Branch Independent School District has an existing piece of property that currently operates as their Agriculture Science Project Center and Outdoor Learning Center. According to their website, it allows approximately 6,000 students a year to experience nature, as every second, fourth, and sixth grade student spends one day performing scientific experiments in an exciting outdoor setting. The site also serves as the Ag Barn for students in the Animal Science, Wildlife Management, Environmentalism, and Future Farmers of America program, allowing them hands-on experience. The property has been used by the school district since the mid-1970s. They are proposing to construct a new ag barn, arena, learning stations, cattle bays, shade structures, parking lot, and a dock area next to the pond. The majority of the existing site currently sits in the floodway as depicted in blue on the left, and also within the 100-year floodplain in turquoise or light blue. And the proposed conditions are on the right. The proposed conditions show the new development, and there's plans to regrade a portion of the site and to bring imported fill material to elevate the building pad for the barn, bring it out of the 100-year floodplain elevation, and this area is shown in pink. A plan development condition will require a conditional letter of map revision or a CLOMR and corridor development certificate or CDC permit prior to the start of construction, and a letter of map revision that we refer to as a LOMR. It will be required prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy. Another PD condition for the development of the site relates to Carrollton Farmers Branch Independent School District requiring a maintenance agreement for the district to maintain the sanitary sewer force main within the city right-of-way before construction can begin. So the proposal is to demolish two buildings that currently sit in the floodplain and construct a new 14,000 square foot educational barn building approximately 90 feet north of Sandy Lake Road and out of the floodplain. This will house the animals and items necessary to look after them, as well as bathroom facilities and a flex lab space. Directly behind the proposed barn, a paved parking lot with 66 parking spaces is proposed to be constructed. There is a PD condition to allow a portion of the parking lot below the base flood elevation. In addition to providing an outdoor space for the animals, indoor space for the animals housed there, the barn will also provide an outdoor fenced-in area for the animals to use. The site will have gated access that extends from the front of the building to the west property line. A variety of fencing is proposed on site based on the functionality and location. There's pipe rail fencing, animal fencing, hog panel fencing, black vinyl coated chain link fencing, and mesh fencing. Because not all types of fencing are listed in the ordinance, there's a PD condition to allow the fencing as shown on the plans. One other condition is for any trailers to be stored behind the barn or within the building. And the proposed fire lane is shown in red and meets the fire department requirements. In addition to the Ag Barn building, a new 13,350 square foot covered arena is proposed to be constructed on the north portion of the site. The arena will allow the students to show and train animals, among other things, and there's two small storage areas incorporated in the arena to store equipment for the nearby outdoor learning areas. These are shown in yellow. The existing restroom just north of the proposed arena will remain, as well as the pavilion, and those are shown in red. The existing learning stations will be upgraded along with the concrete trail system around the property, allowing for better access and upkeep. The vast majority of the site will remain in its natural state. There's a tree line around the entire site, and no existing trees are planned to be removed. There are plans to add landscaping to the site, particularly to the front of the site. Trees will be added along the western perimeter from the entrance at Sandy Lake Road to the edge of the arena. That will enhance the tree line. Additional trees will be planted along Sandy Lake Road frontage and the parking lot areas on site. The new landscaping will be irrigated, but there's no plans to irrigate the entire 42 acres. The existing trees at the rear central portion of the lot are proposed to remain, in addition to the several tree stands along the eastern perimeter of the site. There's a PD condition to approve the landscaping as shown. The barn is a combination of concrete masonry units, or CMU, split-face CMU, and metal panel systems. Southern facade, which faces Sandy Lake Road, is proposed to be a combination of split-face CMU on the lower portion up to the window ledge of the building, and then CMU for the remainder. They're proposing a sign on this side of the building that falls within the allowable sign size, and the sign will consist of channel cut anodized aluminum lettering 16 inches in height. The other elevations will be a combination of CMU and split-face CMU, with the majority being a metal panel system. And there will be a standing seam metal roof with matching metal gutters. The arena is essentially an open-air structure with standing seam metal roof. There's the main space in the middle with smaller covered corridor area on two sides. At the western side of the smaller corridor are the two proposed storage rooms, which are proposed to be constructed of CMU. Again, the storage area will be used by the district to store the equipment for the nearby outdoor learning center. I'll just walk you through some renderings here. This is looking, the top one's looking north, and the bottom one's looking south. There's the arena on the top rendering, and the ag barn on the southern rendered concept. And this is a rendered concept plan. North is actually to the right on this one to orient you. Floor plan. We sent out 7 notices within 200 feet as required by state law. We did receive 1 phone call in favor, and that was from TRK across the street, and Jeff Arnell there. And then we sent out 45 courtesy notice or courtesy letters within 800 feet, and we had 1 phone call just asking questions about the proposal. The Planning and Zoning Commission unanimously recommended approval of the PD request, subject to the following conditions. 1, additional comments may be generated upon detailed engineering permit reviews. 2, to approve the landscaping plans as shown. 3, a maintenance agreement is required for CFBISD district to maintain the sanitary sewer force main within the city right-of-way before construction begins. A CLOMR and CDC permit are required prior to the start of construction in the floodplain, and a LOMR is required prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy. 5, to allow a portion of the parking lot below the base flood elevation. 6, to allow the fencing as shown. 7, trailers must be stored/screened behind the ag barn or within the building. And that concludes my presentation. And I'd be happy to answer any questions. We've also got the applicant in the audience as well.
Thank you very much. Council, you have any questions for Mr. Steer? Councilmember Walker.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Matt. That was a great presentation. This is a really exciting project, I'm sure, for the school district. And I was just curious with respect to the base flood elevation. So have they already drawn that up? I mean, is both the new barn as well as the arena going to be elevated to exceed the base flood elevation?
No, just the ag barn building will
Just the
exceed.
barn itself? Okay.
The ag barn building in the front of the site.
Okay.
That's the area shown in pink.
And there's nothing, I guess the arena is just a covered arena, so there's nothing there
Correct.
that would be damaged necessarily by any minor flooding?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Does the applicant have anything that they would like to add or say? No, sir. All right. We had no one signed up to speak. for the public hearing, so therefore it's back to council. Councilmember Hill.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to approve item under number 9 with conditions.
Thank you. Councilmember Matthews, second. All in favor?
Walker, Carroll, Nevels, Prem Kumar, Matthew, Hill. Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Item number 10 is a public hearing, so I'll open the public hearing and ask Mr. Steer to read this one into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a public hearing to consider approval of Plan Development 134 Revision 5, Single Family 7, a zoning change request from Plan Development 134 Revision 4, Single Family 7, to Plan Development 134 Revision 5, Single Family 7, to remove the short-term rental for one room on .17 acres of property located at 134 Turnberry Lane at the request of Aditi Carrell, the property owner. On May 30th, 2023, the Coppell City Council approved an ordinance amending the Code of Ordinances, Chapter 12, Article 30, establishing special use permit requirements for STRs. Short-term rentals are required to have a special use permit in addition to registering with the city in order to legally operate in the city of Coppell. Because this property is part of a plan development, a revision to the PD was done to allow for the STR. This particular home has a guest room that's separated from the rest of the home. The applicant has owned the home since 2021. In November of 2024, City Council approved an STR for this address, allowing for the rental of one of the 5 bedrooms. This particular home has a guest room that's separated from the rest of the house and has its own entrance. The applicant recently moved and has converted the home back to a long-term rental. So they're asking for the zoning that allowed for the STR be removed from the property. We sent out 23 notices within 200 feet, 116 courtesy notices within 800 feet. We had a few phone calls asking what was going on and just wanting more information, and there was confusion, people thinking that it was actually converting it to an STR rather than repealing the STR. The Planning and Zoning Commission unanimously recommended approval of this request to remove the STR from the allowable uses on this property, and now the property is subject to the original PD conditions for the subdivision. That concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Right.
And the applicant is in the audience.
Thank you very much. Council, you have any questions for Mr. Steer? You're having a moment? Oh, okay. I see no questions. Does the applicant have any comments they'd wish to make? Okay, thank you. That's fine. We had no one sign up to speak as a part of the public hearing, so therefore it's back. Councilmember Prem Kumar. That's fine.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to close the public hearing and approve this item subject to the PD conditions.
There actually were no PD conditions, but. Oh, well. Okay, that's fine. We'll let it go as read. Seconded by Councilmember Nevels. All in favor?
Walker, Carroll, Nevels, Prem Kumar, Hill. Motion carries.
Thank you very much. I apologize, I did not read the last sentence of the planning and zoning. Apologize for that. Let's see. Oh. Welcome back. Item number 11 is consider appointments with term of boards and commission members beginning with the January 1st, 2026 term. And this is with Ms. Lauren Thoden.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Lauren Thoden, City Secretary. At your seats, you had a list of all of the appointments as previously discussed, with the one change that had been, the information had been provided to you in reference to a concern for conflict of interest. That came to light after your discussion. We presented this item on this regular agenda to allow you the opportunity to have any further discussion that you might want to have, but otherwise this item was presented at work session, and that was the only one change.
All right. Thank you very much. Any council have any questions for Ms. Thoden? Seeing none, I will accept a motion. Councilmember Nevels.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve agenda item 11.
Thank you very much. Seconded by Councilmember Matthew. All in favor?
Walker, Carroll, Nevels, Prem Kumar, Matthew, Hill. Motion carries.
All right, thank you very much. Item number 12 is the city manager reports with project updates, future agendas, and direction from work session.
Mayor,
Mr. President.
Yeah. Oh, gosh. Jeez. Okay. So Make a Child Smile Holiday Gift Donation Program has begun. Community members that would like to participate can adopt a child or family, donate items from our new Amazon wish list, or donate wrapping supplies and gift cards. To learn more about how to be involved with Make a Child Smile, please visit the city's website. So we've got still some kids and families that need some adoption, so please go to that. On December 6th in Old Town from 9 a.m. to noon, the activities of the Vintage Christmas will be taking place. Participating businesses will have activities for kids, including face painting, pictures with Santa, letters to Santa, ornament and cookie decorating, a train, live reindeer, and more. There will also be a craft fair for the adults to enjoy. Come kick off the holiday season in Old Town Coppell on December 6th. This one, really excited to, I know, it's getting excited about infrastructure. Coppell Emergency Water Interconnects. All the tie-ins are complete. And the testing is going on now for us to be able to access that water. So that is a big deal, and we're really excited about that. Woodridge Channel, the contractor has installed the concrete footing in the area in front of St. Joseph's Village and will be installing the Ready Rock retaining wall system. The dog park, if you haven't driven out to the parking lot to see what's going on out there, it's turning out really nice. The storm drain installations are complete. Concrete pads for the different features are being constructed, and the fenced installation continues. I walked the site today, and like I said, they're making a lot of progress. It's going to be really nice when they get through. The Dart Silver Line, they continue to work on the punch list items at the railroad crossings. Also, the Service Center, progress continues to be made there. The interior finishes are underway to meet the January substantial completion for the new building. Work will shift to the existing building following that, and again, the facility is looking really nice. Justice Center, if you notice the work that's going on the south side, the contractor has begun to work on the interior demolition. And then this afternoon, I took a walk on the Magnolia Park Trail. The contractor is nearing completion of the punch list items. The trail is open, and there were people using it today. It was a beautiful day to go out and enjoy that. It's really a great connection to continue our trail. So it's a lot of good work going on there. So, Mayor, that concludes my report.
All right, thank you very much.
Oh, wait, Mayor, one thing I want to do. This evening, we did have the Memorial Plaza dedication, the Veterans Memorial Plaza. And I want to thank specifically Mike Garza and the Public Works team, and Jessica Carpenter and the Community Experiences team. If you've been looking at the site up until about 2 weeks ago, you didn't know how that was going to come together, quite frankly. So there was a lot of tension having a deadline, which everything fell into place tonight, which was great. But I can tell you that their teams were highly stressed. Also, they were doing great work, and we had a great turnout tonight. So thank you for y'all's support, but I just want to make sure I call out both the Public Works and the Community Experiences team for all their work. So thank you.
All right. Well, I'm actually just going to echo most of what he just said, but we need a special thank you for everyone that turned out to support our veterans tonight. Today is Veterans Day, and we unveiled a very special plaza outside, and it's going to be something that we can be proud of for many years to come. And I think it's going to see a lot more use than any of us ever envisioned. So thanks to the City Council for approving it, and thanks to the citizens of Coppell for supporting it. One other item that our city manager did not talk about, and we've mentioned it before, was he was recently inducted to the International City and County Managers Association Office of President. That's why I referred to him as Mr. President a little bit earlier, which really embarrasses him. That's okay. Four of the city council and I attended his, it wasn't an investiture, but it was a swearing in or indoctrination. When I walked into the room, I was expecting a room of maybe 500 people. It was a room set up for 5,500. The organization that he is president of is huge. It's got over 15,000 members of city managers. I had no feel for how big the organization is. I knew it was international, but it is a tremendous organization that he's been put in charge of for the next year. So we're really fortunate and blessed to have him serving in that role. We were making jokes that this is no longer Coppell but Mike Land, and that didn't go over very well with him. So we're going to revert back to Coppell. But whenever we met somebody and we said we were from Coppell, they go, "Oh, that's Mike's city." So it was phenomenal being down there. Thank you for the invite. We really enjoyed it, and just seeing the organization gave me a whole new understanding of what's going on with the ICMA. So thank you. Item number 14, council committee reports and concerning items of community involvement with no council action or deliberation. We have a report on the Dallas Regional Mobility Committee. Mayor Pro Tem Don Carroll.
Thank you, Mayor. And Mike, I will tell you, I had some of our staff tell us that they had staff from other cities come up to them and knew they were from Coppell, and they would make the comment like, "You mean you get to work with Mike all the time?" And I'm like, it reassured us that we do get to work with Mike all the time. So I think that's a great compliment when people from other cities are saying that type of thing. So congratulations on that. For the DRMC for this last month, this last week we had Senator Tan Parker join us and talk about a couple of things. There are two things in particular I wanted to point out. He had talked about how Houston has historically done a very good job. The Houston region has done a very good job all working together from a regional standpoint on transportation issues. North Texas has probably been more fragmented. You have Dallas and Fort Worth, and you have Denton and Collin counties. I mean, there are reasons why it's a little bit more fragmented. So he encouraged us that we need to continue to work together as a region on our transportation. We have a lot of new legislators over the last session, and probably will. We're going to have a number of new senators just in general in the state come next session. And so we need to make sure we are educating our legislators on what exactly our needs are over time and to come together, because the fact is we are the number 8 economic power in the world. Texas is soon to be number 7, and the epicenter of that is probably going to be North Texas. And so it is very incumbent on us to work together as a region for, what do we have, over 8 million people now, on our way to over 11 million people eventually. So it is going to take a lot of planning and strategy and coming together, collaboration to get this right. So that was a couple of things Senator Parker mentioned. One other note from TxDOT, I'll just give you this date, November 7th of 2000. That's the last time there was not a traffic death on the roads of Texas. So we have just crossed 25 years since the last time we had a death. Clearly that is partially because of the number of people we have here and the volumes and the congestion we have, but still the TxDOT continues to campaign to try to encourage people to buckle up and watch your speed and not be distracted and all the things to try to one of these days have a day where we do not have a traffic death in Texas. So they continue to push that. And then the last thing I will mention is certainly, it's certainly been in the news, but there is certainly consternation within the DART realm, within the member cities of DART over the last few number of days, there have been 4 cities that have already voted to hold an election to see if they will remain in DART or leave DART over the next few months. And my understanding is from talking to people, there's another 3 cities that are considering it. So that could be 7 out of the 13 member cities. So it will certainly reorganize, at best, it will reorganize how transit is done in our region. DRMC is very emphatic that transit is important for this region. Now, you know, how you make the sausage sometimes matters for different member cities, and that's what a lot of the squabbling is about. We all are trying to stay focused on transit is important, and we need to find a way to provide transit throughout the region in a efficient and an economical way for each of the member cities. But that is going on. You'll continue to hear more about that over the next few months as those votes come up, and then we will see what the next plan is going forward. Once again, another call for us to collaborate as a region to figure out how are we going to solve our broader transportation and mobility issues. So that's my report for this month.
Thank you very much. Item number B is a report on Woven Health Clinic. Councilmember Hill.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a reminder, as we head into the holidays and the season shifts, you know, people can become overwhelmed, depression sets in, you know, the seasonal affective disorder can wreak havoc with people's mental health, and Woven Health wants you to know that they're there to support you, and if you feel you need some assistance and reach out to them. You can always go to their website at wovenhealth.org or simply call them at 972-484-8444. And that's all I have.
Thank you very much. Item C is a report on MetroCrest services. Councilmember Matthew.
Thank you, Mayor. The MetroCrest Service Gala is November 15th, which is next Saturday. Thanks to the City of Coppell for the sponsorship. The event will raise money for the MetroCrest newest endeavor, My Path. This is an intense, self-sufficient program intended to assist families on their path from crisis to true independence. MetroCrest is monitoring the impact of the government shutdown and the loss of SNAP benefits on our community. The pantry is seeing an uptick in clients served. MetroCrest has added 2 evening drive-through events in the parking lot for working families to pick up non-perishable food as well as produce. This will continue as long as the crisis is abated. The biggest challenge is the food supply. MetroCrest is raising funds to find foods to fill the gaps due to the loss of federal funds by the food bank system. For instance, meat, frozen food, canned, has not been readily available for the past 6 weeks. This is, I'm sure the current CEO of MetroCrest, Tracy Eubanks, will retire in early 2026. Tracy's successor is Gabrielle, they call Gabe Madison. Gabe most recently was the CEO of Bonton Farms. She looks forward to meeting the council and the staff. So that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Item number 15 are public service announcements concerning items of community interest with no council action or deliberation permitted. Do we have any? Yes, Councilmember Matthew.
Thank you, Mayor. The City of Coppell dedicated new Veterans Plaza today, Tuesday, November 11th, 2025. This beautiful plaza stands as a lasting tribute for the generations to come. We welcome all who live in our city, our nation, and visitors around the world to experience this remarkable space. We extend our sincere gratitude to all service members for their dedication and sacrifice. As a liaison to the Historical Society, I recognize this is another significant moment in Coppell's history. The idea of this plaza was originally brought to the City Council by a former City Council member, John June. When I learned on this Sunday, just 2 days prior to the event, that he had not been formally invited to the dedication, I personally invited him to be my guest of honor. I'm grateful he was able to join the celebration today and wish to acknowledge his service to the City Council and to our nation. We also extend our heartfelt thanks to all service members from Coppell. It is an honor to represent our diverse community, which is our strength. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Walker?
Thank you, Mayor. You know, we approved a list of people that have stepped up to volunteer in various capacities in this community tonight. And I got to tell you, all the people that are on the list are really coming here with a servant's heart. I was so impressed by everyone that wants to serve. And the people that are not on that list that was approved tonight are still just amazingly committed to this community and really incredibly impressive. And I'm just so thankful to live in a community with so many good people. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Nevels.
Thank you, Mayor. Mike, I just want to say thank you very much for acknowledging that crunch time work for the program tonight. I know, I think many of us have a good idea of how hard the staff works, but I just want to say thank you for acknowledging the staff and all the hard work that they do for this. But I specifically wanted to call out the programming tonight. Getting the actual area, you know, and the plaza done is one thing, but the content of the event, from the drone show to the moving comments from our guest, I just want to specifically call out that while we were able to honor our veterans from Coppell, we had a regional pull and we had a regional, voices there sharing as well. So I just wanted to just say congratulations to everyone who had a hand in bringing that together, and just kind of point out the fact that this is now a regional, and as Councilmember Matthews said, hopefully a national draw where people will come and see the great things that we're doing here in Coppell. So I just want to say thank you to you, your team, and everyone that had anything to do with it. It's an absolutely fantastic addition to our community. Come on,
Do we have any other public service announcements? Councilmember from Kumar.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to second Councilmember Walker's comment about the volunteers that applied for the Boards and Commission. We did have a phenomenal pool. I'm so glad that we live in a city where there's so much enthusiasm to step up and serve. Congratulations to everyone that got selected. And I encourage those that did not get in this year to definitely apply next year. On a completely different topic, many of you know that Kiwanis is now active in Coppell. That's a nonprofit that is focused on helping our children. So we like to call out parents that have children in elementary, middle school, and high school to kindly step up and join our board. Thank you.
I do have one last public service announcement, and that was one of our veterans that was mentioned tonight, Colonel Don Munson, who General Zapata talked about, actually passed away yesterday evening. And so his funeral and memorial will be coming up on November the 20th. So please keep Colonel Munson's family in your prayers. Any other public service announcements? All right, we're going to recess from regular session at 8:39 and move into another session of executive session in the first floor conference room. At the end of that, we'll come back out and reconvene and adjourn the meeting. So thank you very much.
Yeah.
Good evening, everybody. We have adjourned from executive session. We're going to reconvene into the regular session of the City Council at 10:18 p.m. And there being no further business before this council, we are adjourned at 10:19.